some board members participating remotely. At this time, I'll ask Board Secretary Emily Diamandis to conduct a roll call attendance to determine if a quorum is present. Please clearly respond present via Zoom or present in person when your name is called.
Margot Cook.
Present in person.
Armin Sabatoni.
In person.
Dave Barrett.
Present in person.
Maria Ducharme. Michael Fascitelli. Charles Fogarty. Joe Formicola. Monica Garnes. Neil Kerwin.
Present via Zoom.
Matthew Lenz. Robbie Luna. David Martirano.
Present.
Joseph Matthews. Courtney Nicolato. Bahid Onjazieri. Jay Placencia.
Present in person.
Tom Ryan.
Present via Zoom.
Mark Parlange.
Present in person.
Michael Gray. David Caprio. Christine Bovey. And Ryan Estes. Okay, you have a quorum, Margot.
Thank you, Emily. Okay, a quorum being present, I call this meeting to order. A reminder to all members for the benefit of our public audience and the note taker, please clearly identify yourself whenever you comment, make a motion or a second to a motion. Please clearly state yes, no, or abstain for all action items. Board members participating using Zoom are required to keep their cameras on as remote members, and all persons present at the meeting location must be clearly audible and visible to each other. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that the University of Rhode Island occupies the traditional stomping ground of the Narragansett Nation and the Niantic people. Are there any proposed amendments to the published agenda? Okay, hearing none. The first item on the agenda is item 2, which is the annual board retreat. So we're going to do something a little bit different this year. We have this great panel that Gabrielle is going to walk us through and moderate on artificial intelligence. It's a topic that is in every single one of our lives in whatever degree, some less, some much more. I know in my corporate life, it is extraordinarily present, and there's so many good things to talk about in terms of the impact on the organization, what type of talent people are going to be looking for in the future, and how it's reshaping really how we work. And so I'm really looking forward to our panel. We're then going to shift to our self-retreat, our self-reflections part of the retreat that Courtney's going to lead us through, where we'll talk about how the board's going, any areas of improvement or development, or things that we think are going well that we want to keep doing. This is also a well-timed discussion for the university as we're going through the NETCHI accreditation process, which I think is going to come up in Neil's section, where Neil's been helping with and working closely with Barb and the team on collecting information. It's a lot about the board and the board's effectiveness in governance. And so I think we're well positioned for this NETCHI review, but Neil's going to talk to us about that. And we're going to talk about mostly in executive session, but we're going to talk about the medical school. And we've got Paul, who's going to update us on the next section of the proposal about the medical school, mostly focused on economics and the sort of the business side. It's going to be, I think, a very good discussion. And then that will result in our voting on sort of the next stage of approval of this process. So before we jump into the panel, though, I want to point out a couple things about board members. Jay has just been appointed the board chair of United Way for Courtney's organization, which is awesome. Which is also a nice thing happening from our own board and relationships that are forming here. And I know you'll do an amazing job. And then Armand this past Tuesday was recognized by the New England laborers with dedication and ribbon cutting for the Armand E. Sabatoni New England Laborers Training Academy in Hopkinton, Massachusetts. And I wasn't able to go, but I saw some pictures from it. And I heard from Mark about how uh, just incredible the amount of good and the impact that you've made on so many working people. And to see your name up on the building must have been incredible. So congratulations to you.
You're here.
Okay, so let's start with our AI panel. Gabrielle's going to introduce our distinguished members, and I think it'll be a great conversation. I'd love to hear from the panel, then I'd love to hear from board members about our reaction to it. Mostly, we're going to focus on how AI is impacting higher education, but I think a general discussion with our thoughts will be really helpful. So thank you, Gabrielle.
Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to thank the Board of Trustees for holding this panel. I think this is an important time for us to be discussing this sort of things. Thank you very much for having us. I do also want to say that we're hoping that this is interactive. Board members should feel free to ask questions as we have this discussion. We have some excellent experts here that are perfectly capable of answering your questions. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and do an introductions, and I'll start right to left with Alexandra Przegalinska. So Alexandra is the professor and vice president for innovation and AI at Kosminski University, and is also a fellow at the Center for Labor and Just Economy at the Harvard Law School. And she joins us here today with a lot of expertise across a number of realms in AI. Dino Ciccone, he is the director of Azure Cloud and AI specialist at Microsoft. He is a URI alum, very proud. We're very happy to have him back here. And he brings some expertise from the vendor side, from the private sector. And then we have Gaurav Khanna. He is the Assistant Vice President for Research Computing. He's a professor of physics, and he's the director of the Institute for AI and Computational Research. And as the Board of Trustees knows, we launched that last year. Very proud of what we were able to accomplish there. And last but not least, we have Jan Sun, who's professor and chair of electrical computer and biomedical engineering, and the director of URI's Center for Cyber-Physical Intelligence and Security. So basically, we have a nice breadth of expertise here. And with that, this is a point of inflection, I think, for many universities. AI is already affecting how students learn, how faculty teach, conduct research, and how staff work, and how the institution makes decisions. And so with that, I'm going to start off with a question to all the panelists, and we can do right to left or however you feel. But let's start off with, what is one AI-related change in higher education that you think is overhyped, and one which you think is underappreciated?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Well, I think this is a question that we all grapple with, but my very intuitive first answer to it would be, I think, related to the experiences that many of us have had for the past 3 years, and these are mostly with large language models, with LLMs. And I think, and it may be slightly maybe surprising, that actually LLMs are not that good at creative writing. They're fairly good at putting together a report that looks well structured and is a fairly good standard. But when it comes to creative writing and creating something out of the box, they're really not good at it. And I think many of us have fallen into the trap of delegating a lot of writing to artificial intelligence, and that includes the faculty and the students, I think all of us. And then maybe we find ourselves being bored by what we read because it's actually not so interesting at all. And I'm happy to later make a reference to actually a study that we've recently conducted with some of the partners in Europe, in Germany and Holland, where we've investigated specifically that, right? So that's one thing. There are more things, I would say, related to making a judgment or making a decision that people, again, tend to delegate to AI. So a selection of a good idea, for instance, is something people believe AI can do far better than they can. And again, I think it's really questionable whether that's the best possible trajectory. So I would say the first thing that we often think about in terms of AI's principal functionality is text generation. There are obviously many other functionalities that are very important as well, but many people use AI on a daily basis to generate text, including students, and that's probably not the best use of this technology at all. So that would be my first statement. And then the second one, and I'm very happy also to answer your questions on that. So as Gabriela mentioned, I am working here at Harvard, but I'm also involved with a Polish university back home in Warsaw. That university has recently set up a consortium of 11 different universities in Europe that are trying to find a healthy approach to artificial intelligence. And we focus a lot on actually university management there, and also on things that maybe have been overlooked but can be well facilitated with AI. And by that, I mean, for instance, something like AI-enabled career advisory for students, or AI-enabled mobility services. So in Europe, it's particularly true that students travel a lot. They travel for the Erasmus program, and quite often they pick an Erasmus location, so a place where they would study for a half a year or a year, just based on the weather. That's really true, because it's a good climate, or the university has a good brand. But it has very little to do with how that fits their real curriculum, and where they could benefit most from the classes offered. And I think there are such areas in, I would say, university management and shaping up the studying trajectories of our students that we've never had resources to do properly. And AI is an excellent choice for that. So I would say, for me, an area where universities have not really moved ahead a lot is using AI specifically for these things that are not related to classes themselves, but managing of the, let's say, students' curriculum, certain offerings by the university where the resources were scarce. Yeah.
Thank you. Dino?
So I think the first part of that question, so Dino Ciccone, happy to be here again, former alumni, electrical engineering, really proud of the state and the university. And thank you for having me. I think the first thing in talking to a lot of the universities, again, I come from the Microsoft private sector, but we speak to a lot of universities in higher ed. And one of the things that we see is reluctance, I guess would be the word, right? How to adopt, and how to, the pace of adoption becomes an issue, both from the students already using it, the professors, and faculty, how better they could adopt it, right? So one of the issues that we see is the adoption and fear of what this is doing to either learning or teaching from that respect. But in the positiveness in that is, I think I agree with Alexandra, is that productivity wise, it helps with some of the scenarios. These applications that the schools are using now are better able to assist in how kids are doing, or how kids are doing on a regular basis based on sentiment, grades, and whatnot, and better attest to what the culture of the universities are, is to help our students achieve more and drive more, right? It's also Microsoft's mantra around helping individuals achieve more for what they have with the personal computer and whatnot, right? And so I think when you look at the benefits of some of these around productivity and assisting students, assisting the faculty, and doing something better to provide more for your students, is what we all are trying to do in the university level and higher ed, is how to help students get further along in leveraging these tools. And AI is just another tool, just like the scientific calculator was 20, 30 years ago when we were engineering, right? Like that's, wow, this thing could hold all this information. AI is doing just that, right?
Yeah, so I agree with that actually, Dino, very well. Thanks. Yeah. So I think one hype really is that the university, as we know it, is over, and essentially teaching can be done better by AI, and we won't need any faculty anymore, that sort of thing. Maybe I'm biased. I don't think that's going to happen. There's There's also an element to the fact that, we're effectively dealing with young human beings, certainly adults, but still young adults. And I think we all know at this point that when you put technology in front of an adult or young adult or children for a very long period of time, things go bad very poorly. Things go very poorly after that. We do that for a while. So I think certainly I don't think there's going to be any major shift in that way. On the underappreciated side of things, I think there's a tendency for universities to try to police AI and try to limit it as much as possible. I do think there's some sort of a discipline-specific approach that's necessary there. So, for example, what you do in a programming class, what you do in a physics class are very different. And with the coming of AI, that's going to something be very important, and universities have to appreciate the discipline-specific needs.
Laura. To be the last one speaking on the panel, give me limited choices, but I want to add one point. Things are moving so fast. Everyone has trouble to keeping up. And then those things I would like to see, like one thing maybe underappreciated, is not like a change needed, is never than before, professors are not ready. And I'm department chair, and I manage curriculum. My department did all the transformation curriculum. But I want to say, like in some classes, responsible AI usage has been identified a learning outcome with specific criteria. And in some classes, AI is still treated as a cheating and then a threat. In some department, all the curriculum had to be revised to address the challenges and opportunities that the AI has bring to the campus and to our students. But in some department, again, there's no action plans. So the AI literacy and the competency of a faculty and the administrators is still like very widely. So I think this sometimes in the discussion is underappreciated and underestimated. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think some very interesting comments there. Let's move on to what URI is doing in specific. It's clear that we're already using AI everywhere here. What do you point to as the strongest evidence that AI-related research at URI is gaining momentum? And I'm going to direct this to Gaurav.
So I think there's lots of things, actually. I would say almost on any metric, we're doing very well. So for example, I have a few examples here. So we're seeing growth in faculty being hired in this space all across the university, including even some untraditional areas like, for example, psychology, sociology, physics, political science, biology. So it's not just in computer science and engineering. We're also seeing that existing faculty are engaging very deeply with AI. We have 20-30 new research grants that came in the last few years. $4 to $5 million total, and it's only growing. On our computing infrastructure that I run, I've actually seen a growth in AI compute cycles by a factor of 30 over the last 2-3 years, which is remarkable. If the same thing happens again for the next 5 years, next 3 years, we'll have difficulty sustaining that. So it's remarkable how much things are changing, our faculty are embracing it on the research side at least.
So Gaurav, this is great. I can follow up with some examples, right? One example for AI-enabled research is to protect the US power grid. So we use traditional machine learning method, graphic neural network, that is before generative AI, to detect anomalies in US power grid caused by extreme weather, hardware failures, or even malicious attack. And then we use generative AI to build human-machine teaming, which means the operators look at a very complex dashboard. And generative AI can explain that to help human operator make decisions. And then the human operators basically can ask a question, ask the robots to go to the on-site inspection, take pictures and figure out what happened there. So that is a small language model which can run locally. So just one research example. We're not also URI, not stop at the research. We also do technology transfer. We have a startup company is for hardware level, reduce power consumption of the AI usage by 90%. That company established less than a year and has been acquired by AMD on June 3rd. So that I just want to say the research and technology transfer. Yeah.
You do a lot of.
Yes.
Say with the power grid, what's different? Explain to me why this is so different from all other technologies we had to look at the power grid?
Oh.
Give me a basic. What's different about it? Why is it so important? Everywhere we turn, it's AI, AI. Some places, yeah, I think especially writing speeches is pretty basic. But for people that never wrote a speech, it looks pretty good to them. In time, maybe it'll get better. But what's different?
That's a great question. I love technical questions. So let's use example. So before, when there's operators face a huge dashboard, there's all those informations. And then if you get a cyber alert on this, the easier action is, okay, ignore it, right? And it's harder to explore, or you click multiple buttons to figure out what is happening behind the scene. But we use generative AI to analyze real-time data from power grid, historical data, operator manuals, weather report, and some cyber incidents report previously. You can think about all those information. If the human operator has to grab all those information to help the human operator understand what happened, it's very difficult.
Yeah, they couldn't go anywhere else with technology to get that data.
It just takes longer time.
Oh.
The data is available, takes longer time to find useful information.
Okay.
That is also very interesting about large language models, that they're slightly less susceptible to false alerts fatigue. So one of the things that you notice a lot when you're monitoring things is that if you start getting lots of false alerts, then the real ones fall out. And so I don't know if this is something that you've experienced or viewed at, but large language models aren't as susceptible. And so they'll keep going and highlighting things that are true positives, as opposed to ignoring things because they had too many false positives along the way. So it does increase the probability of you actually catching things that are going on. And I think one of the other things that your group is looking at is there's an increase in nation state activity using AI to try and infiltrate power grids and control systems, correct?
Oh, yeah. AI changed the entire cybersecurity landscape, because AI models can be used to find a vulnerability to the system more effective than human before. So of course, my work is to defend those critical systems, but the attack space just changed tremendously. And last week, we have a 4-day IPT meeting sponsored by Office Naval Research. So significant discussion about AI. I mean, the 0-day attack, the AI is enabling. So that is bad news. But we don't have other choice to use AI to defend that, because they're so capable and so fast. But we love questions from the audience, please.
Question. So, Alexandra, you mentioned that there's a consortium of universities. I think you said it was in Poland or in Europe that are working together. And I was struck by what you said about the inconsistency of how faculty is applying AI. And I know from the companies I work with, they're trying to figure out how do you create standards and expectations of where AI is used, and how do you govern it? Obviously, there needs to be some control because the cost of the compute is soaring. But you also want to encourage people to use it. So I'm curious if there are like principles or standards that people are coming out with that both help to govern it, but also because there is a cyber issue, but also places where it's encouraged to use.
Well, that's a great question. So obviously we're referring here to Europe, and as you know, guardrails regarding artificial intelligence are a very different thing in Europe because you have many of them. So we all have to abide by the law, and you have the AI Act, you have GDPR, you have issues related to data privacy. So that is like I would say the pillar of how we organize ourselves in terms of what's okay in terms of using artificial intelligence. And we are all EU member states, so it's the same set of regulations for all of us. But that is obviously just the foundation, and the rest of, I would say more detailed approaches to artificial intelligence that we would consider either healthy or, something we would encourage as opposed to something we would like to avoid, are in principle, a matter of dialogue, I would say. We are a consortium that spans between Greece and then Spain on the other side, with many countries in the middle. We have Germany, we have Switzerland, we have Estonia and multiple other countries. And it's clear that all of our institutions have different experiences with artificial intelligence. The technical schools are certainly more advanced in some areas. Business schools have their own issues to tackle, but we're very interested in what our students say. So I have to tell you that this whole project, so the project is about, let's say, principles of using artificial intelligence in the educational settings, but it's also to some extent a project that will have a product. And that product is actually, okay, I will maybe, how should I put it, a synthetic city, Roblox-like or Minecraft-like LMS platform, so learning management system, which is going to be created for our students to experience all the other universities. So imagine it's a synthetic world where digital twins of all universities are very well rendered. You can go there, to that university, actually, experience it as a player, but also take courses at that university, which as a result will be a part of your curriculum. So when you get your diploma is not only from our university, your diploma is a European degree with, that shows that you've been studying at 11 different universities together, right? So it's fairly robust, right? And we have a classical LMS, but we also have this game because we want to the students to kind of experience also the reality of studying there. So we really want nice renders of those buildings that the universities have, etc. But like I mentioned, what we will also want to spot there is, those things that have been omitted, like career advisory. So I imagine that our student goes to this AI-enabled career advisory in that game, and then, for instance, lands a better job because we know all about that student, what can be known, obviously respecting how the data should be handled and treated. But then also, that career advisory is again an engine that collects data from all these different institutions and countries, right? So suddenly our students have multiple opportunities to be engaged in other countries as well. So I think we are trying to set up a space where we can identify shared pains, right? And career advisory, I would say, is one of them, especially now, we hear about entry-level work and how that has become a problematic matter because young people cannot find a job. And it's true here, and it's also true in Europe. So this is something that is a shared pain and a concern maybe. But then a lot of what we do is also dialogue enabled. So let me give you an example. We are actually researching the use of avatars in educational settings. So let's say, like Gaurav mentioned, that we want to transfer the learning to AI and we want to have AI teach people about things. We've just done a research that has shown that actually the sort of the effects of learning are sort of the same. So it doesn't matter if AI teaches you or a human, essentially you'll learn the same amount of things. But on the other hand, the effort of learning is higher when you learn from AI. That is counterintuitive. But this very piece of research stemmed from the fact that our students told us that they don't want to be taught by artificial intelligence. So our initial idea was, we can have those avatars that will speak multiple languages. And that's a great thing because in Europe, people speak so many languages and I can have my avatar speak Greek to my Greek students, right? And that's a great thing. But there was, I wouldn't say a backlash, but there was definitely a reaction that said, hey, are you trying to transfer the learning from a real professor to this AI double, digital double of sorts? If that's the case, this is not what we want. And we are very receptive to student voices. So we are in constant conversation with them. And we thought to ourselves, okay, maybe this digital double can be a great addendum to a real class. Maybe it can be, maybe my avatar can prepare my students for an exam with me. And that's a good application, healthy, precise application of this technology. But maybe offering full course with a digital double is not the avenue we want to take. So a lot of that is really coming from the discovery that's happening as we are building this consortium, this project.
I'm going to add an interesting tidbit in terms of there were a number of surveys that started out in 2024, 2025, and updated in 2026, looking at student AI usage and student AI skepticism. What we've seen over the years is a significant increase in AI adoption by students and a commensurate increase in skepticism about AI. So a little bit of a paradox going on there. Students, yeah, they're concerned about, skeptical about, have negative emotions about AI, and yet their usage is going up. So that brings me to one of the other questions, which I think is everybody's grappling here with. AI changes much faster than curriculum design, governance, and accreditation can change. And by the way, this is also true in the private sector, because one of the things that we see when I talk to the folks in the private sector is that AI is often evolving faster than the expertise necessary to make good, sound decisions along the way. So what is the right way to think about the mismatch in engineering education and general education in use of AI? And is there a version of the curriculum that is generally future-proof? So this is a question for
You
the
mentioned engineering curriculum, so I think that is me. I do feel like because that is a challenge we face every day, and we approach the problem from 5 angles. Number one is curriculum design. My department have 3 programs: electrical engineering, computer engineering, biomedical engineering. In the past year, we basically redesigned our curriculum to address the challenges and opportunities. Of course, when we design this, not just for AI, you're going to think about what do we need to teach students and how to teach them. I think the avatar idea might have a play there, but engineering, lot of hands-on, lot of labs, lot of peer learning. They learn from each other. So we need to preserve the core of engineering. And then that is the first. And second is very strong capstone design. It's a 1-year project, and it is a collaboration from industry. All the projects from industry and students from teams to really have something deliverable to the sponsors. And then last year, we already introduced our official AI policy for that course and developed with our industry collaborators. For example, the project from electric boat, no AI at all. That was required. But this year, we introduced official learning outcome, responsible AI usage. That will be learning outcome from capstone, have a 6 specific objective we have to achieve. So I think a strong capstone, especially for engineering and work with industry, is our second kind of pillar. The third one is involve students. And the students have a lot to say in this. Our student body, there's hype about AI, hesitation, or I don't want to touch AI. I think speaking with a student, involving them even in designing AI policy for the course will keep us balanced. Will not go extreme because our students is so have very diverse opinions. And the fourth one, I think, is faculty development. As I mentioned earlier, we need to bring faculty to the level that we have sufficient AI literacy and proficiency. And that can be achieved by learning and also talking with our students. The last one, but not the least, is transparency. We need to be transparent about AI usage. Students need to tell us how do they collaborate with AI. Professors need to do the same thing. We need to model AI transparency. So therefore, for capstone and for my department, we're using the Cypher AI marking system from A0 to A5 as a language to describe how we collaborate with AI in any work product. So that is ongoing work right now, but I think those are the 5 pillars we're addressing this. The core curriculum need to have a stable core. That is what we need to teach our engineers, critical thinking, and also have an adaptive layer that we change with technology. And welcoming questions.
So, any of you also have some opinions?
I think there are 2 things that I want to just describe because I think it fits really well. Is even in private sector with Microsoft, we developed what we call the core principles of AI, right? Responsible AI is a core factor and is guiding principles that corporations, institutions are leveraging across the board. And I was struck. I was here about a month ago. I was struck at the engineering and how they've presented some of those core principles as they're teaching them, right? And so I think that's an important factor across higher ed or any education is teaching these principles at an intermediate level to drive sort of the responsibility to transparency across all faculty student levels. Happens in the corporate level, right? And so in private sector, we should be doing the same, and that's a core factor for that. Microsoft and a lot of the larger companies have already developed that and have published that regularly to align to the European Commission, the US government bodies and whatnot as well, right? And so I think those are the key things that are key for someone like the University of Rhode Island, is to display those on a regular basis and adhere to those as a guiding principle for everyone.
So I just wanted to share with you an experience, a recent experience that I've had with my students. I was teaching big data and algorithms course, and it's essentially a course about algorithmic thinking. During this course, we discuss how certain like real life problems can be translated into algorithmics, how they are truly in many ways about optimization, prediction, etc. And towards the end of the class, I decided to do a take-home exam with my students, which is something we rarely do now because of AI, right? So many people have decided that the way to verify knowledge is to do it in class, because otherwise what we will deal with is fabrication of fiction, because students will just use AI to do the homework instead of them. And I had a talk with my students, and I told them, listen, you are free to use artificial intelligence, but it's your choice. It's your choice. And remember, this is a milestone of sorts, the end of this course. And if you all use AI, AI is a great equalizer. So I'm not sure if I'm going to remember your papers, even if you deliver them to me and they're just generated. So it's your decision. How you want to use this technology. If you want to generate something, it will be generated. If you want to collaborate with this technology and show me some meta reflection on why and how you collaborated with this technology, not only right how, so regulating proximity to AI, but also why you've decided to use this technology, that's interesting. And maybe some of you will decide not to use it at all. Half of the class decided to send me papers that they've prepared by themselves. At least that's the declaration. But I think it was more important what happened in this class than the homework itself. So the discussion that we had about, well, a world where everybody can generate their CVs and how they are going to compete, in a world where AI is that great equalizer, is part of meta learning that I think was important in this class. It has happened, and I think it was important for their critical thinking to ask themselves these questions about how they've used AI, how they decided to collaborate with this technology, but also why they want to do that. So I think this is very important for the curriculum of the future, that we build a setting where these questions can be asked and discussed.
And I think you all bring up some interesting points that maybe we want to elaborate a little bit on. We talked about imparting knowledge and expertise across faculty and students on responsible and ethical AI use. But what about teaching truly effective AI usage and helping people understand the trade-offs between short-term gain and long-term results? Because one of the things that you kind of alluded to, and there's some interesting research that's just coming out here, is that there are ways to use AI that are extremely effective for accomplishing an objective, but reduce the capacity for the individual to actually experience or talk about what they actually did, versus there are other ways that help people deeply understand, and there's some interesting studies on pedagogy there, but only if used in very specific ways. What about teaching people effective and targeted use of AI? What are your thoughts on how we're doing it and what we should be looking at?
Maybe I can start there. So I think probably at an undergraduate level, that's a challenge to do. I think oftentimes when we have these conversations about AI, we tend to forget talking about the graduate programs and graduate students. It's hardly ever a conversation. I think from the kind of questions you're asking, Gabriel, I think those type of things are best done in graduate school. When the students have the maturity, and you don't have to worry about issues of plagiarism and cheating and them wanting to just sort of do the minimum to get good grades. I think that's sort of the best place to do it. I don't know how you would really do that effectively at the undergraduate level, but I'm interested in hearing what people say. Yeah.
I will share what we do, but may not be the best way because we're constantly evolving. What we do right now is we teach ELE 400. That is our traditional ethics course. We invite industry experts to talk to the students about the risk of using AI, they could lose the learning. And then basically, they talk about how did they interview students, how they're going to figure out whether you really learned the content. And then kind of, I think that conversation really good. And also we collaborate with industry a lot. Myself get the chief AI officer training, basically the industry aspects. That's just great. I mean, we need to learn from industry. They have a lot of best practice over there, but adapted that knowledge to higher education that need educators in the room. But the idea is, in my department right now, is really bring industry people to speak with students. Talk about their interview questions, talk about what is their expectations, what are the core engineering skills they need to have. And I think is a great way to motivate students to think about responsible collaboration with AI.
So I think we really need a lot more evidence on, the effectiveness of learning with AI or using AI in specific tasks. And the reason I say it is because I think, well, we are now spanning between extremes of using AI everywhere and then banning it altogether. And it becomes a very kind of polarizing thing, whereas we really need very granular evidence of what works. And I don't think we have it quite yet. We have some of it. And I can refer maybe again to the study that we've conducted. So what we did with our partners from the Netherlands was we actually had a study of 200 people, startup founders, who had a task to come up with a startup idea or a couple of ideas, actually preferably, select the best one, and then come up with a plan for implementation. These were like young people recruited from the startup world in Germany and in the Netherlands. And they had two conditions. Essentially, one group could collaborate with AI fully on the task. The other group could use AI selectively and more in assistive capacity. So they differed, right? These two groups in how they could use AI. And I think the evidence was so striking for us as a team. It turned out that the group that collaborated with AI fully, obviously they excelled at the implementation plan. They did so well. They had a very good report on what could be done with the product that they've selected to incubate, etc. However, they have selected less interesting ideas, right? So they were very good at the execution, but they were so much relying on AI in telling them which project was the best one to incubate that they have actually, according to the independent judges, a panel of judges, they've selected ideas that were not as interesting, not as out of the box. The other group, as you may imagine, obviously did the opposite. So they have ultimately selected a better idea, but they did not do so well at implementation. And I think that's what I meant by, when I referred to what Jan was mentioning, regulating to artificial intelligence. There are tasks where you will want a lot of AI, and then there are tasks where you will want to get rid of this technology because there is a cost to it. So yeah, and I think we really all of us need to work diligently on better evidence of how and when that happens. Maybe it's going to be different for different groups and different task specificities, but we really need a lot of effort on the division of labor between humans and AI. What happens when we work with this technology and who does what? Because we have very little answers at this point.
Can I just say, I really love that. And we need to learn ourselves as faculty members. We need to teach our students how to make that decision.
Yeah.
And really, really great point. Actually, Gaurav, I have a question. Can we ask our board member question? I know that you ask questions, we answer questions. Can we? Okay. My question is, what is your number one concern about how higher education is impacted by AI? And
I'll take that. This is Dave Barrett. Not so much a concern as an opportunity, I guess, is the way I would pose it, is, one of the real opportunities that I could argue would become a mandate several years from now is training what I'd call lay people, applied use of AI in business, in healthcare administration, and other walks of life, not engineering, not computer science. And there's a number of local universities now who are offering masters in finance AI, master's in healthcare administration AI, or what have you. You know, to do that requires a lot of collaboration across the university. It also requires a lot of collaboration with industry. Are there models of other universities that you've seen, that you've worked with, that have really gotten it right so far? I know it's really early, but there is a real opportunity to differentiate the university around this area of applied use of AI for non-technical business or other professions.
All right, Marco?
I can answer from what I've seen across the universities, not just in the New England area, but across the US, that I don't think one specific large or small university has got it right, but I think they've done a really good job of the adoption levels, right? Not being afraid, but adopting it and controlling what people are learning and how they're learning it, right? And making sure it's part of the curriculum involved as you get down to the different departments. I think one of the things that AI and maybe computing in general has done is it almost democratizes the usage at either an undergrad, what used to be available at a grad level, right? So now more availability. What I've seen is it's also fostered collaboration across the universities, right? So the psychology department, nursing or nutrition wants to leverage the tools, but may not have the capability because it isn't part of the curriculum. And so now they're coming to engineering or they're coming to computer science and say, how do we form a consortium within the university to help drive this capability? And then AI for healthcare, AI for business grows from there. And I think that's a key factor of learning amongst each other that's been intriguing across the U.S. from what I've seen.
I know Tom wanted to make a comment. Sorry, Vahid. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, mine is a question more, you know, everyone's trying to deal with AI and it's moving faster than we all can even think about. And my concern is a little bit of what Margot referred to, is the companies I'm working with are trying to narrow down the focus and get some wins with AI now, whether it's, you know, there's two sides. It's the efficiency side / productivity or the revenue side. And I just worry that we're kind of all over the map and there's no right or wrong answer, but I think it would be helpful to see where AI could help the university around efficiency and productivity. Just start with that. I mean, the companies that I'm dealing with, we used to spend $5, $6, $10 million making ads for TV that would take 3-4 months. We're using AI now in these advertising firms, and they're doing it for $200,000, and they're doing it in 4 days. And you really can't tell the difference on TV. So that's a useful product, right? That's lowers costs, it's more efficient. So what does it mean for the organization? We're doing it in legal, we're doing it in finance. So I just think we need to, I mean, I'd like to see us like understand that and using that, then we can think about obviously the other implications. I think as people start to use it and learn it and feel it, I think we'll be better off because it's moving like light speed and it's going to get by us. So
I agree with that, Tom. I'll make a comment, then Vahid had a comment. My biggest concern is that we're too slow on this.
Right.
And frankly, we can't graduate students that don't have an approach to how they use AI, because I know the companies I'm working with, it's like not knowing how to use your phone. Like
right.
you're going to have to know how it fits in the work you do, whether it's an efficiency or productivity side, as Tom said, or it's catalyzing a growth part of the organization. It's got to be like embedded in how you work. So I would encourage us to think about how do we get earlier in the process of teaching how to use it, to Alexandra's points and Jan, your points, like instead of like, well, we're going to wait until it's your specific mode of study, or it's a thing, it's gotta be like part of the principles of how you learned. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just want to get to Vahid.
Took about 6 years, but I 100% agree with Tom and what he said. But I was going to say the same thing about the speed that this thing's evolving, right? And I can talk about my own company, run an engineering construction company, and, you know, biopharma, things like that. And we are at risk of becoming obsolete and redundant as far as the clients are concerned, because everybody is talking about it. So you have the steak and the sizzle, right? So everybody talks about AI. What is actually being done is unknown for more often than not. And the fear always is, whatever we do, by the time we do it, is obsolete because it's evolving so fast, right? So I can tell you from experience, you talking about the companies, just Tuesday, I hired a new chief technology officer with emphasis on AI because we decided we can't wait anymore. And we have to just go somewhere, knowing full well that somewhere is going to be something we don't know a year from now, right? So it applies the same way. You know, you talk about courses, and curriculum will be obsolete by the time you write it. So those are the fears. And the worst thing that can happen is doing nothing, right? So where is that risk? What do you see about that? You know, what is the right thing to do? Because, you know, the resources, right? So.
I want to share what we did. When I talk about curriculum, you have a core, you have depth layer. We introduced the first AI machine learning courses in fall 2024. In order to kind of not cutting corners, it's just not going through all the approval process. We offered under special topic course. At that time, we don't have like professor can teach that, especially including AI operation, data cleaning, and also the kind of whole what the industry doing. We actually hired industry experts to teach us the course. And we, after 2 years we're teaching it, we have the AI machine learning certificate program for engineering approved. But as soon as the certificate is approved, we have students already graduated from with it. So this is how we adapt to it. Like there's a special topic course, just invite industry experts and collaborate with professors to teach students. So my goal right now is the certificates are being approved. I want to graduate many students within a year to have this. So there's a lot of professors doing this right now. And also the approval process is not easy. It takes a very long time. Can be a lot of patience we need. But here from industry, I think it's very important for the professors, for the leaders, because the resource allocation issues too. I want to share the data. In the 2025 survey report showing 90% of companies when they hire, they check student AI skills, especially in the technology field. And 70% said AI skills required or highly preferred. So those are the reality we're facing. I don't have a conclusion. I'm just saying we kind of have vehicle in terms of special topic course to introduce this skill to the students. And yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Dave Barrett again. So on that note, it's moving so fast. I'm in finance. In finance, if you're an entry-level applicant to work in investment banking or to work in venture, to work in private equity or whatever, 3 years ago, you need to be really, really competent in model development, manual spreadsheet model development. You can't get a second interview anymore without proficiency in AI. So that's at the heart of some of my questions about what can we do to differentiate ourselves a little bit. And that's not a question for you as much as what are the models that are out there that you've seen really work with other universities. And I guess it's a statement more than a question.
Matt, did you have something?
Yeah,
Matthew?
Oh, I just say resource allocation right now is at the dean's level, but your board, you can help with that.
Yeah.
Charlie, so I just had one kind of idea I think that we could use for efficiency here at the school. I work for Meta. We're required to use AI every day. One of the things that's been a game changer for me is we have a claw system, an autonomous agent that has been integrated into all of our systems. So I call him Gunji. I named my claw, and every day he pings me with, he's tied to my emails, my G chats, my whole workflow, and it'll tell me what I have for the day, who I need to get back to, things I forgot to check on or need to do, people that I haven't spoken to in a while that I should connect with. And it's just tied to our entire system. And I really think, we talk a lot about the need for additional support staff on like the research end or just for faculty in general. And I really think with the proper guardrails, you could tie a claw system. It's an open source agent, to the university. And I think it would really help faculty be able to stay on top of things, meet deadlines, etc. I don't know if you all have thoughts on that. Yes.
The name of digital worker I supervise, the name is Pine. But we're currently working on the governance piece of that because I think before we really introduce Pine, the AI governance piece has to be in place. So
I just had a brief comment.
I think.
Okay, sorry. Then, yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, I just wanted to say that, if we're worried that our curriculum is outdated, AI is definitely one of the solutions. Actually, one of the reasons why we wanted to introduce avatars in the first place was not only multilingualism, but also that there are some chunks of knowledge that are moving really fast. And actually, if you try and record a course with a professor, right, or run a course, then maybe, that's going to be outdated very soon. But with AI, you can refresh and kind of, add a new piece to that curriculum very, very quickly. So I think in that way, AI is one of the solutions to being, spot on with what the level of knowledge, for instance, about AI itself is. But I also wanted to talk about productivity, and I fully agree, right? Productivity is very important. Like general AI productivity has not been spectacular for multiple different professions, but for some it is, right? So in IT, you see a spike in productivity that's absolutely unprecedented. In many other areas, that productivity is not there yet. But we can certainly try and spot it. And I think what I've mentioned to you, this project that we're pursuing back in Europe, it is about productivity, right? Because career advisory for our students is a productivity engine for us. If we can promise to be better at it, I think we are making ourselves important. Maybe not indispensable, but certainly important for those students as they're making decisions whether to study at all, because that's the truth, right? Some people will not decide to go and study. They will not invest in college education because they're afraid of being obsolete and about the situation on the job market, and they might not make a decision. So I think all the universities have to take that very seriously. And just one last remark I would make is that I would still insist that it's very important for universities specifically to be very clear about how they're using AI, because they are working with an audience that can scrutinize it. Young people, as Gabriela said, they're very versatile in this technology, but there is also a lot of backlash. There has been a lot of booing on artificial intelligence during the commencement speeches at graduations recently, and I think this voice needs to be heard. So universities, as opposite to many other businesses, really have to take that seriously and I think bet on transparency.
Question, the technology is just so transformative. It's hard to get your hand around it. But as we look as a board, what do you see the impact of this on the university here at Rhode Island 5 years from now? And number one. And number two, what do you think, what recommendation or concern would you have to us as a board that we need to be alert to in particular? Number one.
I'm going to start by parameterizing this a little bit. In some of the pre-reads and a report that's forthcoming, the difference between the abilities of AI models between 2022 and 2024 was less than the difference between AI models in Q1 versus Q2 of this calendar year. So I'm going to be very hesitant about prognosticating anything into the future. 5 years seems like an eternity now. And so that is something that I want to kind of put guardrails on, because I do feel that the horizons are just coming at us so quickly. That being said, I think that one of the challenges that we have, even with Matt's comment about Claw, deploying Claw at a university is a complex endeavor. It's not simple. We don't have, if I wanted to turn around and hire somebody to do that today, it would take me several months to do that. And it would be difficult to get somebody with the requisite expertise to tie in all the systems, have FERPA compliance, HIPAA compliance, and all the other stuff that we have to contend with at a public university, especially a state university. And so there are things that kind of impede our ability to move quickly on some of these solutions. But I'm sure that everybody in leadership here would love to know in the morning, hey, I forgot to get back to, Gabriel, and here are the to-do items, and here's what people are asking me to do, and manage the calendar, et cetera. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about challenges than solutions, because we're really trying to figure these things out. The only good news, if I can say that, is that I feel that we're doing okay relative to our peers, even some of our more well-funded peers in this endeavor, but it's something that we're still trying to figure out. As to where the board can help, the primary concern there is, well, when we need support and resources, just do the advocacy that you've been doing, which is tremendous, to help us do that. Obviously, some of the challenges that we have as a state institution make things a little more colorful, shall we say, when we try and move things forward. And so those are and providing feedback to us about you out in the private sector in particular, and in the public sector, like what are the expectations that are out there, so that when we're building infrastructure here, it also serves a dual purpose to getting people ready to go out into the real world. As Jan said, there was a broad study in LinkedIn 2024, where they looked at, I think it was well over 2,000 hiring managers, and they said 74% of them said that they would strongly prefer candidates that had AI experience. This was 2024. In 2025, that number went all the way up to 86%, and I think we're now above 90 something. And so we see this climb, but there's a lot of also loose specificity as to what that means. I think most hiring managers know, I want somebody who knows AI, but they don't necessarily know what that means, what that looks like, et cetera. So long-winded answer that didn't answer your question, but it's kind of indicative of where we are right now. And I don't know if anybody here wants to kind of elaborate on that.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for today. This was fascinating. So my question really has to do to add on to what Charlie's question was, how can we as a board support our staff because our staff are, we're educating the students of the future and we're already behind. So how do we support the staff, right? And how do we hire the right staff to make sure, or faculty, excuse me, to make sure that our students are being taught to support the jobs of the future? I guess I'm not sure if I'm saying that question right, but.
I think that's a Gaurav question.
So, I mean, I think, as you probably know, that at a university, hiring of faculty is very sort of bottom up. So the department essentially makes a decision typically based on curricular needs and research needs, and the deans are involved. I certainly do think that the board has a very strong voice. I will say that while there's been many colleges that have done a very good job in this space, there are some colleges that are just not recognizing that AI is a place they should invest in. So a statement by the board would go a long way in encouraging the deans of those colleges to really pay attention to what's happening and what they should be doing. Having said that, curricular needs can be constraining, and I think you're going to say something about that, I'm sure. So go right ahead.
Is this session recorded? Okay, then I'll rephrase. The AI certificate program, we just got approved. We did a budget analysis that's going to bring URI at least $500,000 for just a very short term, because industry people are asking for that. We designed a way that offered in the late evening time so industry can come. But right now, my constraint is I cannot offer that to industry people, cannot offer that to a lot of engineering students want to take it because I don't have a resource to offer it. My class right now is limited by only admit student whose major requires it. Remember, we changed the curriculum. Some majors require that AI machine learning course. So I think it's very unfortunate I'm waiting for resources such that I can open those classes and certificate program to people who need it. One thing I want to say that think about our own children. I'm mother of two. What kind of education I want my kids to have? What kind of knowledge I want my kids to learn? What skills my kids need to know before graduate? And we're talking about the kids have 1 year. They'll graduate in 2027. What kind of job market they're facing? We have a year to educate them. So that was I would like to do. I hope I can open the class to many students who want to learn and be prepared and graduate with this certificate. We're talking about 400 students, engineering students. Of course, the certificate is designed for all STEM majors. If they want to, they can get in, but I'm constrained by the class capacity right now.
You all that I was thinking about. I would anticipate that like most new students coming in are going to know quite a bit on how to use LLMs. But there's going to be a subset that don't, and it puts them at a real disadvantage. Is there some type of maybe like as part of the new student orientation, like a prompt engineering portion of that new student orientation that would be appropriate for them, or at least guide them to the resources to use so they're not put at that disadvantage?
URI 101. Like I was thinking the same thing, Matt.
One of the challenges there, and Alexander, you can speak even more about this. One of the challenges there is that in order for you to really use large language models in specific very effectively, it is generally not as useful to have a short course as it is to have several iterations. So the ones that I think are most effective tend to be in the 4 to 6 hour range, simply because there's a huge difference between somebody and the students come in here knowing how to interact with their chatbots the way that they've interacted. That often isn't the best way to get stuff done. And so those of us who've been using it for a while understand that and experience it. But and I think Garb, some of your staff experienced it, and some of my staff experienced it. They might have been using these systems for a year, and then we'll sit down with them and say, "Here's how you really use it," and their eyes pop out of their head, and they go, "Oh my goodness, I've been doing this," and not all wrong, but they haven't been getting that advantage. So if we want to really have that somebody goes to their next job and really shows competence in using this, as opposed to how do I solve this problem? That involves a little bit more than just a 30-minute session at URI 101.
Okay.
Outstanding. I had cause to go to Bryant University in the last 30 days and see some of the campus and discuss what I was discussing. Bryant University is now offering Artificial Intelligence 101. It's a required course for all students. And I have been listening to this, and we have the thought leadership, and we have the perspective to look forward. I mean, I'm just tracking with what you said, Margot, what you said, Matt, and David, what you said, of it is going to be something that gets you up front. It's a levelizer because different people are in different places. And this idea of the 5 principles, this is the kind of ethical leadership that you layer on in addition to the development. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I'd like to make I'm sorry.
Sorry, I think you had a point. Yeah.
Wanted to mention one more thing, and I think we should emphasize that that's something that also Gabriela brought up, but maybe also to some extent resonates with the question that David, you've asked. And I think a bit of a problem or maybe a challenge for us is that we are now in a new paradigm, and it's not LLM. Right. So we've been practicing the use of LLMs for the past 3 years. And here, actually, it was a technology that was very easy to use for everyone because everybody has that capacity to have a conversation and, to interact with someone just to prompt. Okay, it can be more or less refined or nuanced, but still you would get something out of it. But for the past couple of months, what we've seen was the rise of agents, AI agents, and that is very interesting because to some extent it brings back also a need for a very formal IT related education because it's just a different use. It's not anymore about having a conversation with an LLM. Some of it will stay, and obviously we will use LLMs, but we currently have to, I think, revamp and rethink again, what is it that we're teaching? Because some people said, okay, coding is obsolete, but there are elements of system architecture in how you work with agents. So actually, I think the story of how AI has this spillover effect everywhere is just easy technology to use. You just need to master natural language like English and you're fine. That's no longer true. So I think this is very important to take into consideration that people of the future, particularly young people, they're not going to just use LLMs at work. They're going to have to use agents. This is what the employers also expect from them, and that's a different skill set.
I'm going to add just one thing there. Going back to what Charlie said, I think one of the challenges there is 2 years ago, I would write my own agent. It would go to the LLM. I would have it do stuff. There'd be instruction sets, etc. Now you can download OpenClaw and it can delete all of your email without any prompts. For those of you who haven't heard that happened to a few folks. What will that look like in a year and a half? Well, that is one of the questions. If we teach people how to develop their agents, will in a year and a half that be completely different? And that's no longer a useful skill because that's superseded. I think as long as we take the approach of here's how you live in this ecosystem, this evolving ecosystem, and here's how you keep abreast of it, I think that's maybe one of the most important skill sets. And it comes back to what's the value of the university? If we all think back to when we went, when we were undergraduates, much of what we took away was less of the specific knowledge on a specific area, but how to think about things, how to approach things, how to do critical reasoning, etc. And I think that's more important today than it maybe even was back then, and it will become even more important as the thoughts get abstracted, right? We're I want to go back to original concept. Somebody else who does research coined this, but there was they coined the phrase AI-induced homogeneity of thought, where what we see is people thinking less and offloading their cognitive abilities to AI. How do we teach people to be productive orchestrators of AI and collaborators of AI? So this is something that I think is a pressing question.
So we've got like 2 minutes. Bethany's got her hand raised, and then Ryan, and then Gabriel, maybe you can wrap us up.
Yeah, I'll be super fast. Bethany Jenkins, Vice President for Research at the University of Rhode Island. I really want to put a pin in something both Tom and Margot said, and that's we often are so student-centered at the university that we forget the large staff that we employ and the kind of training that will, priority for, power the university of the future. And so really thinking about how the staffing architecture, they are really embedded with us and with our students and can really help lift this university to the next level. And so I do want to be thinking about how we're pulling AI into our staffing ecosystem across the board. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you all so much for this panel. This was really awesome to listen to. I'm really curious, and I'm actually really glad that Gabriel brought this up, but that idea of critical thinking in relation to AI usage. I know that from a student perspective, that's such an important thing to consider. First, that AI can be seen as almost a time saver and being able to process a lot of those things that you don't want to necessarily think of in the foreground, but it's the trade-off of, sometimes a lot of that critical thinking that happens when you're kind of working through those problems and those issues, and what you sort of gain from that as a result is oftentimes a lot more valuable than the time that you would save as a whole. So I'm just curious what any of you kind of think about that from a student perspective, as we start to graduate new students in 2027 and onwards, and as we recruit new students from there to come into the university. I don't know. I mean, how is that going to work, with this new technology and how it continues to change as you all mentioned?
Okay. For my chief AI officer training, if you invest 1 unit effort on technology, 3 units on leadership engagement, and 5 units effort on change management, I think the critical thinking definitely from professor perspective, the curriculum design, we have clear expectations in capstone, what you approach the problems. So the A0 level is all human, and from A0 to A5, we have a specific, very transparent environment to talk about those. And the goal, of course, we have expectations. The goal is to set up a norm of AI usage. If you think about cheating, even before AI time, students cheat, right? But the norm at that time, cheating is bad. And right, students understand it's my learning outcome, why I do not cheat. But right now, what happens in many classrooms is use AI is cheating, or my professor is using it, why can't I? And AI is efficiency, and I need to learn that so I can get a job. So there's no much norm. How should you use it, and when to use it, and how do your critical thinking, I actually can enhance critical thinking if you use it right. So this norm need to be set up. And it started with a conversation with students, faculty members, and also clearly professors need to set up expectations.
I'll just quickly add a comment there, which is, critical thinking is going to become even more important, I think, just to echo what Gabriel was saying, because we haven't talked too much here about, like, sort of when AI produces garbage or goes horribly wrong. We haven't talked too much about that. We all heard the stories. And so that's really what you need, critical thinking of a human being to see, this is just slop, but this is not really what we're going for. So it'll be even more important in my views.
I want to use example. I told my students that you're not the one who's doing the homework. You should be the one assigning the homework and grade the homework.
Thank you. I know that we're probably over time, so I just want to give all of the panelists a quick option to kind of wrap up. If you, while talking to the Board of Trustees and the broader audience that's listening in, what are the takeaways that you think are most important in terms of AI in higher education and ultimately in the workforce? What are the takeaways that you want everybody to think about?
I think standards are important. Best practices are important. We are in a time of learning about this emerging technology, and it's, I think, very perplexing. And I don't mean regulations here or guardrails, although obviously being from Europe, I'm familiar with that. But I would think more along the lines of standards. And what you mentioned, Jan, for instance, well, there are perhaps already now some findings that we could apply. If something is reversible, you can use AI. But if it's irreversible, you don't want to use AI because it's going to delete your mailbox. It's as simple as that, right? When judgment is involved, judgment, decisions, this should stay with humans likely, right? So, and then regulating that proximity in a reflexive way, right? So how do you want to use AI? Whenever you use this technology, think about the fact that you've just used it and ask yourself a question, how was that for me? So I think we can at least have a good start with figuring certain principles out, and then we can correct on the way. But I think it would be very helpful for everyone, including the students, to have a clearer vision of what's okay, what's not okay, and which direction do we want to go.
The thing I would say and add to that is the leveling the playing field, right? As a public university, as a student of this university, I would say, and as a, first person who went to college in my family, because my parents were immigrants, is this university leveled the playing field for me. I spent hours, it wasn't this building, it was a building nearby, in the computer lab because we didn't have a computer at home, right? And so how do we make the university public and address sort of the needs of everyone equally is ideal, not just language, learning, different learning capabilities. And this is where I think AI can help in some of that. I think that's one of the things that I see from that perspective.
Thanks. I agree with that. So I think I'll make it URI specific. I do think that we're at a place in which we have some real momentum here. As many of you noticed that we've actually made quite a bit of advancement, and there's lots of things that are happening that we could really benefit from. But we need more investment. We need more faculty. We need more expertise, staff, and so on. And so I think anything that the board can do to help would be really, really important, I think, the next few years.
Thank you. I will now repeat what Gaurav said. But I would just say, like, actually, we have a lot of advantage here. Number one, blue economy. We have ocean engineering. We have ocean. Yesterday was ribbon cutting ocean robotics lab. All those like driving the robots is AI. And second, I think also defense, Department of War, DOW. So our meetings when students present to prioritize cyber alert using the generative AI technology, the audience generative electric boat people say, I want that in a submarine. So you think about higher education, highly regulated, and defense industry is also highly regulated. So we do have an advantage over there. And then I think our medical school and will be established post AI. We actually, URI has opportunity to design from beginning our medical school for the post AI healthcare world. So I think that's our advantage. Another one, I think we also have a leadership advantage here. Many of you may now know our provost actually built customized GPT in 2024. And then our president bring the AI frontier companies on campus. And also, Margot, thank you for speaking for students about AI, embrace AI at the commencement. I think we do have a I think we do have a leadership advantage here compared with I talked to other colleagues, other university, it's different. And that is just I want to conclude that.
With a couple of comments. One, we do have constraints where we do need more resources, but I've said this before, and I think that there a tremendous amount of stuff to be proud of. The things that we're able to accomplish with the resources that we have are really phenomenal, and it's because of the support from the Board of Trustees and the leadership that we're able to do that. And I think that that's something to be extraordinarily proud of. Do we need to do more? Yes. Do we need more resources? Yes. But we're definitely in a remarkable place given what we're what we have available to us. And I think that we're asking the right questions. Obviously, we want to do this faster, and we want to have things in place yesterday, but we are moving forward very quickly. So I want to thank again the Board of Trustees for inviting us to talk. It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much to all of the panelists for coming here and talking.
Thank you.
Gabriel, this was fantastic, and I think you can tell by the questions and the energy in the room that it's a topic we're very interested in, and encourage all of you to continue to press on what we can do to help, but also how to many of your points, how do we elevate the standards, protocols, practices so that it becomes that arbiter of an equal playing field for our students. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we are already doing a lot. Sorry, you guys can stand. It's fine. It's fine. But just a thought. We are already doing a lot around AI, and it sounds like we're doing a good job. So why don't we market that somehow, just to show the world that URI is ahead of its game? I'm just a thought.
It would be helpful, and if it's not today, maybe at the next meeting, because we are doing a lot at the university. There's been a number of symposiums. There's a number of practices that Jan and Gaurav could tell you about that. Maybe we could have a discussion following up on that as to what we are doing, because I think there is a lot of good work going on.
Yeah, I think Barb, our provost, is going to speak to some of that this afternoon. Yeah.
Good. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the next item on the agenda, and we're going to keep moving. If you need to take a break, just you can do that individually. The next item on the agenda is the report of the president. So I'll ask Mark to take the stand.
I don't know, but I thought there was a whole group of people here. They just disappeared. Yeah. uh, No, thanks. Thank you all. So I'll begin. First of all, good morning, everyone. Nice to see you, and nice to see so many of you yesterday at the ribbon cutting. That was really a spectacular moment. And I also want to thank all the panelists today for the discussion. But I was really proud of the board. I thought lots of good questions. So you also get an A+. So thank you. This has been certainly the end of a very important academic year. It was a really great semester. So many things to be proud of. I'm going to just, because of time, I'm just going to have a few highlights today because I know we have more to discuss this afternoon. Obviously, there's a lot going on in higher education right now that is particularly challenging. Obviously the discussion around AI and the speed of change that's happening there certainly is important. At the federal level, the constraints happening with the international students coming to the United States is affecting the entire nation, both at the undergraduate and graduate level in a very significant way. I can't understate that. Combined with the demographic cliff that we're seeing right now. And then there's a lot of things kind of in the swirl. You can kind of see it if you're following higher education in general. Who speaks for higher education? There's a number of people that think they speak. Certainly, certain elite universities in the U.S. or hard to get in universities, maybe. And then we have a whole bunch of things that everybody wants to talk about, and everybody's an expert at. Fortunately, we have an athletic director and vice president who is an expert on it. So, the whole saving college sports issue is a very interesting thing for so many people to talk about. Perhaps the more important thing, though, honestly, is the Office of Management and Budget and the legislation that's going on. You have until July 13th to send your comments in. We are responding as a university. We have certainly, we're going to respond formally as a university. I think later Bethany can speak to some of this, but this is a very important point. If we are going to be in a position where the federal government can make decisions to remove grants from certain sectors of the country and move it to other parts, or maybe just move it to industry, which is what's being proposed right now, that's actually, we're slowly committing suicide as a country. And so this is actually a really challenging time for the United States, and I can't underestimate what will happen this summer. There's a lot going on. So please, I'm usually very helpful and hopeful, but this is not the moment for the university to be shy. So I'm going to give. Let's see. Does this one work? Okay, so we can go ahead. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about just a few community updates. I want to first of all also thank the many of you that do come to events on campus, and so you see what's going on. And Joe, we're really grateful to you for coming to the university and for being present and being there. And Christine, Chris, everybody calls you Christine, but I think of you as Chris, and Ryan also, very much appreciated. So if we jump to the next about the
corpse flower.
Oh my God. I need a picture of the corpse flower. That was amazing. When you have a lineup of over 4,000 people just to get, that was spectacular. So thanks for that. I just wanted make a remark where Margot started with highlighting congratulations to Armin. And so I was thinking about it. Please invite me if you're having events with your companies and with your work. I'm happy to come and learn more about you. I want to just tell you a little bit about the Liuna's Construction Training Center in Massachusetts that was dedicated to Armin. It was actually an incredible ceremony that on the stage there were 7 people that spoke about, they had worked with Armin in different ways over the years. And I had the feel when I came back, I called Margot, and I think the two of us could have also said some of the same things. Just, Armin's sense of humanity, knowing people, working with people, seeing the best in people, and really helping, people move along. I thought that was incredible. Armin, I've never seen you get emotional before, but that was really well deserved. And to your family, it was great that they were all there and they could celebrate with you, including your very nice grandchild who was very well behaved at the meeting. So that was great. So we're I know Barb is going to talk more about it, but we do have Pamela Sweet, who's in the top center there. She's currently serving as Dean of the Faculty of Humanities at McMaster University in Canada. She's had led initiatives focused on strategic planning, interdisciplinary education, research support, civic engagement, and she'll begin at the end of July. So warm welcome to her. Brian Keith, who's top right there, has been named the University Librarian. He's currently Dean of the Mary Booth Library at Eastern Illinois University, had leadership roles at the University of Florida, and will start in August. I want to thank all of you who participated in the May commencement. I agree with Jan's comments. Margot, it was great. Your comments. Courtney also came in and gave, so thank you. I appreciate that. But just it is important. It is a special gathering for the university as a commencement, and it seems to get in many ways better each year, and so that was great. And then I want to and is she online? Bethany Jenkins. Look, you all know Bethany as a colleague. She served on the Board of Trustees, but she has been really established a really vibrant research and innovation program here, and has really been just a trusted colleague and friend to all of the Presidential Executive Committee, but all of the faculty and students. She's been at URI for more than 20 years, educating, leading important research, mentoring, and I've just, really involved, community member, wonderful person. And we all, the entire university, wishes her the very best at the University of Oregon. And as their president said, he owes me, and I don't know, we'll think about it, what they can do. So the next slide, I'm going to just touch very fast. So on September 14th, so we can plan already, we will have the Fine Arts Center ribbon cutting. Will we have a robot there? Yeah. Well, I know humans. Okay. But it's going to be spectacular. It's really, it's going to be, a heart and soul in many ways on this campus for the visual arts, for the theater, for music. So, we look forward to having a spectacular day. The Ocean Robotics Laboratory, as many of you saw yesterday, is really an important new piece of the Bay Campus and sends signals in the direction that we're heading. If you had the chance to walk over to the Ocean Engineering, you'll see that it's been flattened. They're actually starting. I learned to do the drilling today to really prepare for the new wave tank and flume tank. Meade Stadium. If you have time, you can wander down there today. The foundation has been built. It's going to be great. And the track and field facility is very close. It's probably going to be this fall, everybody, the community, the teams, and we're expecting in the future to have, to get reestablished that state championships will be held here, that colleagues, Masters games, the Special Olympics will be held there, but also our Atlantic 10 championships will be coming. I spoke to the new commissioner. That's it. We do not travel anymore. We are going to be hosting in the coming years. Uh, Ellen Reynolds and colleagues will talk about it, but we have new student housing. It's also on time, on budget. Pieces are being manufactured in Pennsylvania and are being shipped slowly to here. So that's incredibly exciting. And then, as I mentioned, ocean engineering and ocean frontiers. The biomedical sciences building design phase is underway. They've already started to think about everything from water management to other issues that will happen there. So Abby Benson and colleagues are working on that. I'm going to talk a little bit about the next slide. Thank you. On state appropriations, just a few minutes about the budget. First of all, I think it's important to recognize the support that we did receive from the state in many important areas, including, first of all, I want to mention the general obligation bond for an integrated health sciences building. This is quite significant. We are so grateful to the voters of Rhode Island who have really stepped up and supported us. And this has really been a game changer for the university. This November, we are coming with a very important ask to the community, which is going to be for a bill that will go over there, and it will be really integrating across colleges. It's this really interprofessional strength that we have at the University of Rhode Island. And so that is so important as we think, we are Rhode Island's university, and as we're thinking about also then the medical school, that the fact that the state was unanimous, that they put the support there, that they provided startup so that we can get going this year, actually next week, is fantastic. And we will be talking more about that. But that is a very important marker, I think, for the university and particular for the state of Rhode Island. I want to also thank and acknowledge the work that was done on the FTE cap. And then I also want to highlight really the thanks for right cap support. Now, you're going to hear it from me more and more, but it is really important, the operating budget of the university. And we have some updates, looking from 1980 to 2025, where Rhode Island on the operating budget, and that's an opportunity. It really is an investment in URI. As you all know, we did the economic analysis. For every dollar that the state invests in us, we return $17.39 to the state, and that's going to be critical for the future of Rhode Island. If we go to the next slide, thank you. The fundraising. So I really want to acknowledge the foundation, thank Mark Antonucci and his colleagues in the foundation, but it's a team sport, and it has really required significant leadership from our deans, from our athletics, from our many departments and divisions. I also want to acknowledge, and last night we had a chance to hear from them, Sandra Cano and Pete Rumsey, for really their engagement with industry. So there's a lot of great work happening. And so I want to also thank all of you for your support that's going on. This is really belief in a school and a university that's making a difference in the world. And so that, I think is really reflected here. So next slide, thanks. One of the things that, this is a game changer. You can see this jump here. And this has really been the engagement with alumni and the modernization that I think Mark and has really asked to see. And we see it that alumni are feeling inspired, engaged with, committed to their alma mater. This is so important for URI, not just for this year, but for 5, 10, 20 years down the line. So this has been, an obvious step change that's happening. I'm going to, it is, as is the usual at this meeting, I'm going to then give an update on our KPIs. So we jump ahead. So this one is really around priority 3, fostering an inclusive culture. We have a specific, this is from an event with students and colleagues. We have had opportunity to really celebrate and many opportunities. And I know we're going to be hearing more from our Vice President for Community Equity and Diversity shortly. Let me jump to the next slide so we go straight to the results. So just to remind, the Diversity Index measures the likelihood that 2 randomly selected individuals from a given population are from different racial or ethnic backgrounds. And so it can obviously range from 0 to 1 with higher values indicating greater diversity. And so we had our baseline in 22 when we started our strategic plan, and we're actually seeing measurable increases across all 3 groups. So we measure for students, instructional staff, faculty, and then non-instructional staff. And so it's bringing us closer. You can see that we have 10-year targets that we're working toward, and you can see for academic year 26 where we stand. If we go to the next slide, it gives you a little bit of a longer time series of the last 10, 11 years where we're heading. In some ways, it's heading, of course, we would like to see it moving faster, but in general, I would say that it's going in the right direction. And then the last slide, I just want to say again, a big thank you for a great year. I'm happy to answer any questions. This is Zoe at the graduation. So if she gave me sunglasses on the stage, so that was really great. And I'll leave it at that. But thanks everybody for a great year.
Questions for Mark? Okay, and it has been a great year. And I think some of the ways that, which we saw yesterday, that the state is helping us has been significant, especially as Mark talked about with the geo bonds, the integrated life sciences building. I think Norman could confirm this, but the vote on the first $5 million tranche for the medical school was the fastest that the legislature's probably ever acted, and it was unanimous. That was I just want to put an underline under that. It was a big deal. And on the operating budget, it's a challenge. The state is challenged itself, and the more we can create self-reliance in our fundraising and our efforts on philanthropy, and the more we can be independent, it's on us too to figure that out. So the work that Mark Antonucci is doing is really important in the growth of the university.
Thanks.
One item, the state also passed this year and codified a P3 legislation. That P3 legislation was mirrored off what we did here at the University of Rhode Island with the dormitory. So now it's been codified, and law legislature passed it, and the governor signed the bill, but we were the groundbreakers for that. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. No, thanks for that. Thanks.
Okay, let's go to Markeisha. The next item on the agenda is a discussion item with Vice President Markeisha Minor, where we talk about the 2026 URI annual report, which was included in our reading materials. So you should assume people have been through it, and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Margot, and thank you, board, for dedicating some time. We get to spend this time together every year at this time, and I appreciate you for your attention and for your reading of the materials. We can jump to the next slide. I'll just give you a quick overview of where we're heading. I believe this work needs to be aligned with our mission, and that's what we do here at the university. of Rhode Island. We'll talk about some of the initiatives that we've implemented over the last year, take you through our climate assessment at a high level, and then talk about composition, right? Because this report is pursuant to state legislation, but composition isn't in a vacuum. And then some recognition and next steps. So we can head to the next slide. As the president said in a recent op-ed, and you heard him talk about at commencement, talent is everywhere, opportunity is not necessarily. And as the state's only public university, our flagship university, the #1 university, public university in New England, it's our opportunity and our obligation to make sure that opportunity is available here for everyone, that we fulfill our mission to serve and support all learners. And so consistent with priority 3, to foster an inclusive, people-centered culture, we continue this work and provide these reports to make sure that everyone is not only welcome to work and study at the university, but that they feel valued, and that they find a sense of belonging. We can go to the next one. So some of the initiatives that we've implemented, a University Diversity Council existed in the past. We've reinvigorated that because as we've talked about resources and being stretched thin, we need to come together to do this work collectively, collaboratively, to make sure we're communicating across all units so that we're not duplicating efforts and that we are learning from one another. As my colleague Becky Hill, our VP of HR, talks about, people don't leave organizations because of compensation. They leave because of culture. They leave because they don't find a sense of belonging. And so by bringing people together or across the university, we can help make sure, again, we're implementing initiatives that work, that we're learning from one another, and that we are linking arms to keep the great talent that we found. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see that we have our centers and others that help us in the work, but I'll hop to the next one for the sake of time. In our climate survey that we conducted in 24 and repeated in 25, that we will continue to repeat, 77% of respondents, students, faculty, and staff report positive responses to the question. The URI is a place where they have found a community where they feel like they belong. And so with that backdrop, then we can talk a little bit more about our composition. And so if we go to the next slide, you'll see the longitudinal results of our demographic composition of our faculty. The legislation requires us to report by race, ethnicity, and by sex. If you go to the student slide, the next slide, we can talk a little bit more about the broad aspects of how we define diversity here at the University of Rhode Island. Yes, race, ethnicity is an aspect of that. Yes, sex or gender is an aspect, but there are so many more important aspects to who we are as human beings, right? People are our greatest asset. We can't do any of this work, including the discussion on AI, without the ingenuity of our people. And so 30% of our students are the first in their family to attend college. That's huge. 25% are from underrepresented backgrounds, racially and ethnically. 3,500 of our students are Pell Grant recipients. That's more than a quarter of our undergraduate population who have this socioeconomic need to qualify for Pell Grants. I'm a Pell Grant recipient. Many of us in this room were Pell Grant recipients, and our educations were made possible and affordable, but that's an important aspect of our diversity. More than 500 of our students are military affiliated. They are active duty. They are veterans. They are spouses and dependents of veterans. More than 2,500 are registered with our Office of Disability Access and Inclusion. And we can't talk about expanding access and opportunity at the University of Rhode Island without talking about the commitment we made in 1968 with the establishment of our talent development program. 1,054 current scholars are enrolled in the talent development program, predominantly from underperforming high schools across Rhode Island as defined by the state's Department of Education. also overwhelmingly first and family students in that program. So as the state's public university, we are expanding access and opportunity and transforming outcomes for not just our students, but for their families and the communities that they come from and that we serve as the state's university. We can go to the next slide where we will see, as the president just reported on our priority 3 KPIs, our staff composition over the last 10 years as well. I'm sorry, that's the student one. You see the progress there, but the staff composition as well. This is where we have the most room for growth, and we welcome your questions and your advice and feedback based on what you're seeing in industry, in the private sector, and the public sector as well. And we can jump ahead to the next one, please, and share some of the recognition that we've received. The 3 medallions at the top all go to our support of our military connected students. Ranked number 17 out of 357 institutions across the country for not just being military friendly, but for supporting our military students. And the bottom picture, if we go back for a second, was from the organization Diversity and Inclusion Professionals of Rhode Island. But I just want to stop here for recognition because, again, that does not happen in a vacuum. That is with your support, your governance support, that as the president just mentioned, you show up. You show up throughout our community at our events here on campus, at events throughout the state. But you show up with your governance decisions in supporting our mission to serve and support all. And I'll just take a point of personal privilege to say, whether I'm speaking to Rotary or at the dental hygienist, the community notices and they appreciate it. They say to me, we're proud of you, URI, for all that you're doing and for continuing to make education affordable but accessible to all. So what's next? That's our next slide. We want to maintain and sustain momentum as we continue to learn and grow. We've increased capacity to support our efforts to advance a people-centered inclusive culture. And my colleague, Director Hill, has expanded her staff. A Director of Compensation is here, Director of Labor and Employee Relations here, a new Director of Talent is here. We have a new director in my team of Community Equity and Diversity focusing on community and organizational development to equip our community with skills and tools to effectively engage across lines of difference, and to keep our mission first, to be intentional about inclusion. It doesn't occur by happenstance. It occurs with each decision every day. We're enhancing our systems to make sure that we can attract and promote our opportunities to all, and again, with the University Diversity Council, improving collaboration and communication. For example, the Outcomes Committee of that group cataloged 65 student success initiatives, 25 faculty retention initiatives, and 16 staff retention initiatives. So by bringing people together, we're learning what we're doing and people are pairing up in teams to, again, collaborate and be more efficient with our limited resources. We will continue to conduct the climate survey and continue to try to increase participation in that with the help of the Diversity Council's Assessment Committee. We will continue to expand our faculty and staff recognition for their efforts at inclusion. They are getting amazing recognition across the country and across the world for the work that they're doing here at URI. And we want to make sure they're acknowledged at home as well. And then we'll continue to broaden our professional development opportunities. We look forward in 26 and 27, the next academic year, to launching our Inclusive Excellence Academy, on-site professional development. Again, in a time of limited resources, everybody isn't able to go far for conferences, but we have great talent here. And so we want to make sure our community can take advantage of those opportunities. So thank you for your ambassadorship. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for your continued support to attract the very best students, faculty, and staff as outlined in Focus URI. I welcome your questions and engagement. I know I'll have as many as we had for the AI panel.
I'll start us off. Markeisha, I appreciate the work that you do, especially in this environment. It's probably at times you feel like you're climbing walls that you never thought you'd have to climb. But here at URI, I know we're trying to buck the trend on what, for example, the administration's viewpoint is on these topics. But to maybe talk a little bit about, and I know we'll probably talk about this a little bit in executive session with Mark. I think it's, I know that we are trying to bring in, at the dean level, in the faculty level, representative feel of relative to our students. Is it more difficult, less difficult to hire diverse deans or diverse leadership or faculty than it has been in the past? Is it easier, harder? And maybe talk a little bit about how we think about the hiring process.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. I believe that inclusion, again, requires intentionality. So I don't know that it's easier or harder. It requires all of us collectively paying attention at every step of the way, right? How are we crafting our postings? Where are we sharing them? And again, Becky has added capacity to help us be more intentional about that, but to track the effectiveness of our efforts, for hiring managers to pay attention as we are reviewing the pools. As my former professor, Dr. Beverly Daniel Tatum, says, who is not in the room? Who is not at the table? Not everybody, well, actually at a public school, everybody can be in this meeting today, but not everybody will be in executive session, right? But it's for those of us who are in those rooms and at those tables, whose voices are we bringing in? Are we paying attention to who's missing? And what are we doing to reach out? We have networks of our own, but we need to be self-aware of how broadly reflective, our networks are or are not, and rely on the great team that we have. I'm reaching out for those of you on camera. My colleagues are around the perimeter of the room. So, for example, we are hiring the next director of our multicultural center. We've reached out to our peers in student affairs and HR and others, right? I have a great network, but it shouldn't be limited to only my network if we're really going to net the best and most broadly representative pool. And who is in the pool may not determine who the finalists are, but if our pools aren't broadly reflective, we're not going to yield diverse finalists, right? Diverse of all backgrounds, all that we talked about today. I'll use my own story. I'm a Head Start kid who is the vice president at a university. I'm a first in family kid. I was born in the housing projects, right? Talent is everywhere. Opportunity is not. Are we looking for talent as far afield as we can? Please. Here, come up here.
Okay. I just want to speak to a couple of things. So in partnership with Markeisha's office, we have completely overhauled our advertising techniques that we're using at the university in terms of job advertising. So that's with Markeisha's office, but also Matt McDonald's team. And so, whereas before we had an agency, we've kind of, we've sourced, we're sourcing differently now. We've got a suite. So Markeisha highlighted the centers on campus, and we have a suite of sources that we're now tapping into, Blacks in higher education, veterans in higher ed. We're looking at disability and access and inclusion sources. So in terms of just thinking through who we are tapping into out in the marketplace, that has changed. And we also have quarterly metrics that are looking at quarter over quarter, how effective are those sources for the University of Rhode Island. So that's for faculty and staff. But I think Markeisha mentioned something that's extremely important, which is who's in the room when decisions are made on who's being hired. That's huge. But also, who are you networking with? So who are we networking with as leaders at the university when we want to hire someone? I will tell you, if I need an HR person, Markeisha and Sean are always consulted because they also know great people in the field. But like, I also have a very diverse network. That's something that each of us has to intentionally and authentically cultivate. But just from a metrics perspective and how we're doing outreach, that has drastically changed, and we are tracking the data acutely. And we will be also changing and morphing our outreach to ensure that that is more effective than what we've seen in the past. I do think there are barriers in some ways. Now that I've been here, the rose-colored glasses have worn off a little. It's expensive to live in Rhode Island. Like if you are not from here, moving to Rhode Island, attracting candidates, we're doing a ton of work on compensation. I shared a little bit with the board to make sure that we are market relevant as an employer. Even with market relevant compensation, the cost of living is very high here. And so I do think not just from like a diversity perspective, from an everybody perspective, that can be a barrier for top talent. But our reputation is definitely earning us rewards in the recruiting process right now. And we're hearing that, we're seeing that from candidates, and we have a lot of momentum because of that.
And can I just add, and I see you doing, Jay, other barriers, housing is expensive, right? And transportation. And where people's children can go to school and feel safe and comfortable and affirmed, and like they are the host, not the guest, that they are not tolerated, but that they get to roll out the welcome mat as much as anyone else. I'll also share, or in partnership with the Provost's office, in partnership with our deans, we're launching interactive workshops, again, mission informed, data informed, but search committees, what are best practices, building in belonging from the beginning, even before we send out the posting, who's on the search committee, how do we source that, what are we considering? If I insist, I'm a Mount Holyoke graduate, if I insist that everybody has to be a Mount Holyoke graduate at my pool, I'm gonna have a really small pool, right? And so, but having those explicit conversations and having the participants in the workshops come up with their own solutions. We're not force feeding people or telling people what to think or do. We're an educational institution. We're learning from and with one another. And for me, it's been really rewarding to see people identify solutions based on their hiring needs, the needs of their discipline, the needs of their organization on the administrative side. Chair Cook, is it okay if I think I saw Joe Matthews and Jay Placencia.
Markeisha, you are small but fierce, so thank you. I just wanted to share with my fellow trustees, it's one thing to get people in, and we're doing a great job of that, but it's another commitment this university has to make sure they succeed. And it passed by in the presentation, but there are 2,500 students that we work with. And that's not just at the administration level, but also at the faculty level to make sure that they are successful in this disability, accessibility, and inclusion. That's a huge thing. That's like 15% of our student body. It's a huge commitment. It's not just one department. You've got Ellen. Where are you, Ellen? You know, you've got student life. It's enormous. And that gets back to leveling. That gets back to being a public university and the mission we have. It's really something to be proud of. So I share that with you. You can look at the big numbers and feel good. Look at the success and feel better. Thank you.
And the commitment to student success is why all of us are here, students, faculty, and staff. And in your materials, you saw, I was really proud as thousands of families were moving in their children, leaving them to our care and stewardship. The College of Engineering, in partnership with many others, hosted a conference on neurodiversity to make sure that our faculty and staff and other students know how to support those in our community. The Fannin Institute, neurodiversity was their theme for this year for their inclusion training initiatives, and they did some trainer initiatives on that work. We're making sure, doing our best in partnership with the experts and our colleagues and leaders in the Disability Access and Inclusion Office, that they know that they are not alone, that we are all, again, linking arms to gain the tools and skills we need to support all learners. As a public school, you talked about it a bit in the AI session, right? Are not just constraints, there are opportunities that we have because it's our mission to make sure that all are welcome, that certain populations are not scrutinized because of who they are. All qualified Rhode Island students are admitted to the University of Rhode Island, as they should be. And because they are here, they are qualified, competent, and capable to be here. And the same with our faculty and staff. And so we all again, come together to support them. Jay Placencia.
So I guess I'll echo Joe's comments as well, but I will say that I know that our staff is small, the resources are very scarce, but I know you're doing a great job with what you've got. I'm proud of the fact that we've made some changes to our hiring practices, that we're looking sort of further and making sure that we're, that we are aware of who's not in the room. I think that's a major thing. I would also add, I guess, on the retention side, it's a large feat, right? To make sure that folks are in the right positions, that, and we're retaining the right folks. We've made a lot of, changes within the deans and staff recently, and I just want to make sure that I call out the fact that we need to be more intentional about making sure that we've got the right representation amongst our C-level executives in our administration.
Thank you.
Thank you for the information, and it's very helpful. I'll just say that working for an organization that has a pretty robust DE&I effort, the focus is on a couple of different things. First one is obviously recruitment, hiring and finding talent, making sure that the talent can be successful in their role. But the second one is retaining them and making sure that they stay and they feel comfortable. And an organization has an approach, a university has an approach, but given that people for professional jobs are going to come here and they're going to be on campus during the day, but then after campus, they're going to move off campus. They're going to go to their homes, the places that they choose to live. Those places also need to be welcome. People have to have the opportunity to have value and a network. There's an opportunity here because of the size of the university large and the state small to be able to help with some of those connections. I know when I moved here 27 years ago, it took me probably 10 years to build a network of people. So now as a result, I try to make sure that I make connections for people so they can feel comfortable when they come. We have the benefit of having a diverse state and having a geography that will support that. And I think in terms of how the next steps about once we find people, we build the systems for there to be good, honest, fair selection of qualified, talented candidates. The next one is to make sure that they stay here and they find value here. And part of that is the communities and the schools and all of those other things, but also part of those are the relationships that they're going to build and maintain throughout their lives become very, very important for people to build that home. And that's another thing that I think we can influence maybe as a phase, as a next phase.
Thank you both. That's a really important point. We are attracting applicants and successful candidates from all over the country, from all over the world. Rhode Island is a great community. I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful for so many of you who see me out and about in the community and make sure to introduce me to people, make sure that I'm connected. And we need help doing that for our entire faculty and staff community. And because we are a large employer in the state, we have some great partnerships and opportunities to expand that work. And my colleague John Stringer is in the room as well to continue to relentlessly track the data and to build out our systems with the climate survey, with our not just our recruitment efforts, but beyond. Why are people coming? Why are they staying? Why are they staying? Not just why are they leaving? And we need to, again, build out our capacity, our systems capacity and the like to track that. And once we know why they're staying, we can replicate more of that or tell you what's working and ask for your continued support in that regard. Yes.
One of the things that both you and Becky said that could be a little troubling is saying we reach out to our colleagues and tap into their underrepresented networks. And Becky said that she calls you and Sean to tap into resources, and one of those people is no longer with us. So I just would say, you know, I try and do this for myself. I hope everyone is looking inside and saying, do I have a diverse, do I have an underrepresented network? Because if you ask me the question and I only know people that look like me, I can't help solve the problem, and I don't probably see it as a problem. And so when you look at departments potentially at the university that have 0 underrepresented people, are we being honest with ourselves about what we are individually doing to be a part of solving the problem? And, you know, retention is a big thing, right? Like if we get candidates and they don't leave, are we doing the work to understand, you know, why did they leave? Why can't they be successful here? And, you know, leadership. So leadership matters. You know, myself being the first in many fields in my company for 31 years, students should be able to see people in leadership roles, not just in the diversity office, but they should be able to see people in leadership roles to know that, hey, I can be successful here. I see people that look like me, and it's a level of comfort and support. And so let's just continue to push ourselves, everyone, to say, am I doing my part? And when I'm hiring in my department, am I looking for diversity, or am I looking for someone that looks just like myself so I can feel a lot more comfortable?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We all have to extend ourselves. There's room in this work for all of us. There's plenty of work to do. We need everyone doing it, and we need to be mindful as well. I echo the point of the additional work, the unseen, unsung work that falls to some members of our communities. And how are we supporting them? And how are we doing the work for ourselves to learn, to grow, to expand our network so that we're not overly reliant on folks who are already carrying extensive and extended workloads from whatever background.
Okay. Thank you very much. Important work. We appreciate all that you're doing and the points made around the table.
Thank you all.
Okay, we're gonna go into executive session. Then we can take a quick break, quick one, because we're about half an hour behind. And we're gonna cover a bunch of topics in executive session. So may I have a motion that the committee convene into executive session pursuant to RIGL 4246587 for discussion regarding the Trip Umbach business plan for the URI School of Medicine and enrollment and recruitment, and RIGL 4246581 for discussion regarding President Parlange's annual self-assessment and performance review, annual performance-based incentive and base salary. President Parlange has been notified that discussion will take place in executive session. I don't see it here, but we're also going to be talking with Barb about enrollment and recruitment during this executive session. So is there, can I have a motion on that? Second? Second. Okay, any discussion? There being no discussion, all in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. So we'll pause until we come back into, all right, look at that. You guys are quick. Okay, let's go to action items.
Motion to seal the minutes.
Oh, right. Thank you.
Okay, a lot going on.
Okay, first order of business in open session is a motion to seal the executive session minutes. May I have a motion?
So moved. Second, David.
Any discussion? There being no discussion, all those in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, so let's go to action items. The first is the proposed vote to authorize next steps in establishing a public medical school at the University of Rhode Island. So one thing I will say is, Alyssa took a second look at the proposed language, and there's a slight change in the language, and I'll just read it to you. So the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees authorizes the university administration to implement the next phase in establishing a medical school at the University of Rhode Island and to utilize the $5 million, and this is where the change is, in the furtherance of the business plan as presented, including but not limited to. So we had just had including, and Alyssa's right to say, because we may do other things, conduct a national search to select a founding dean of the School of Medicine, hire a project manager to oversee the next phase of development, hire a development officer, begin initial steps in creating curriculum. So other than that one little clause, everything is the same. So may I have a motion? Any discussion? So there being no discussion, all those in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. That's fantastic. Thank you. Okay, the second action item is Abby is going to talk to us about a memorandum of understanding between the University of Rhode Island and the University of Rhode Island Foundation. Where is Abby?
I'm right here. Hi,
Oh, there you are.
I'm hiding. So this is our second, we had a one-year extension of the existing MOU between the university and the URI Foundation last year. This is another extension of that MOU. It's one additional year. We've worked closely with the foundation on it. The terms remain largely the same. As outlined in the memo, there are a few tweaks to the agreement. For example, the name has been updated to URI Foundation versus URI Foundation and Alumni Relations. We changed some reflection of the membership of the ex officio committee members on the foundation board. So for example, I'm now an ex officio member as the CFO, and that was envisioned as something that would be changed by the bylaws last year. It has since been changed. We added some clarifying language around handling of student records, and also clarified that the URI Foundation's investment committee would regularly report to the URI Board of Trustees. I think that's in furtherance of this idea of us working really closely together. The financial contributions from the university to the foundation remain the same as last year, so no change to that. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know Mark's here as well if anyone has questions from the foundation side. I will also just say one other thing. This did not go to finance and facilities because we were still updating the terms. So the board is seeing it, but the committee did not see it, even though it's over $5 million. So.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding with the University of Rhode Island Foundation as recommended and presented, and that the board chair, president, and vice president of administration and finance are each individually authorized for and on behalf of the university and the board of trustees to execute the MOU.
So moved, Jay Placencia.
Any discussion? There being no discussion, as for a voice vote, all in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay. So the next item is agenda item 8, which is report of the committee chairs and action items. So I'll do the first. The executive committee and the compensation subcommittee met on June 15th. As we talked about in executive session, we discussed the president's review and compensation. Becky did a really great presentation on how she's thinking about implementing compensation levels through the university. And we just discussed one action item, which is to vote on the annual performance-based incentive for the contract year for the president for the year ending June 30, 2026, similar to what we talked about in the executive session. May I have a second?
Second, Dave Barrett.
Actually, let me just read it, just so the Ethics Committee doesn't call me. The Compensation Subcommittee considered this item on June 15th and voted to recommend to the chair an annual performance-based incentive for contract year ending June 30, 2026. The full board discussed this item today in executive session. May I have a motion?
So
Thank
Second,
you.
Dave Barrett.
Any discussion on the motion? I'd ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. One other item was all right, the Compensation Subcommittee considered the base salary item and voted to recommend to the chair and increase the President Berlanger's base salary. The full board discussed this item today in executive session. May I have a motion on that?
I'll move, Dave Barrett.
Thank you. Any discussion? There being no discussion, may I ask for a voice vote? All in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, let's go to Finance and Facilities. Vahid.
Based on the discussion we just had, we met on June 15th also, and we had a pretty detailed discussion about the enacted state budget, and we went through the details of it, and Mark Blanche already discussed this, so we're not gonna repeat what we just talked about, so everybody's up to date on that. We did fairly well, so we move on with that. I believe we also discussed a number of action items that are gonna be part of the omnibus vote. Is that something you're gonna do, or am I gonna? Okay, so do I need to list those, Alyssa?
On the University of Rhode Island Capital.
I'm gonna do that. but
Okay,
First, I will
got
do
you.
this one, but so do I need to list what those items are? So, okay, so that's gonna be addressed by the chair. We also discussed the University of Rhode Island's capital improvement plan for FY 2028 to 2032. As was presented, it was enclosed in your documents. I'm not sure if you want Abby to go through details of it again or not, or in the interest of time, we could.
Anybody have any questions?
Anyone have any questions? Have you reviewed it? Okay, so there being no questions, may I have a motion to approve?
What was that, Joe?
Second? Any discussion? All in favor, please say yes. Yes.
Yes.
Abstentions? It's unanimous. We are done.
Good job. Okay, is anybody doing risk? Matt, perfect. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Institutional Risk and Compliance Committee met on June 16th. Our first topic, we reviewed the external audit plan. Mike Johns from Clifton Larson Allen outlined the 2026 external audit scope, which included financial statements, internal controls, and federal program compliance in coordination with the state auditor. He highlighted upcoming accounting standard changes and evolving federal policies for student aid and grants. We then moved on from a presentation from Gabriel and Michael on our annual update on cybersecurity. They highlighted stronger identity management, email security, phishing prevention, third-party risk management, and faster incident response. Some key initiatives they're taking on, expanded multi-factor authentication and single sign-on, secure research environments, independent security testing, and ongoing work on the unified IT policy and disaster recovery plan. Discussed impacts of artificial intelligence, changing federal research security rules, vendor risks, etc. And then finally, Kara Larson outlined the multi-year plan to meet the Department of Justice's April 2027 ADA compliance deadline. There's been a cross-functional working group created, campus guidance and resources, implementing some accessibility evaluation tools, and integrated compliance into vendor reviews. There were no action items for the committee to consider at this meeting, and that is the report.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, let's go to academic affairs with Neil.
Thanks, Margot. The committee met on June 22nd, considered a number of items. Our provost reviewed, among other things, the accreditation process that's underway that I discussed briefly, our element of it in executive session. She also spent time on leadership changes in academic affairs. I think they were reviewed previously. We reviewed again, as we do most every year when we have a new class of colleagues being promoted to and tenured, how our internal review process works. It's quite thorough, multi-staged, and it's beneficial for us to realize that candidates that are presented, in this case, in the omnibus portion of our vote, are subjected to very rigorous evaluations at various stages in their career. And then, of course, the ultimate decision that are reflected in the motions that we'll consider subsequently. In addition to that, Barb, you want to add anything that I missed?
I think you covered it. Thank you.
All right. Well, we also heard from our Vice President for Research and Economic Development. It's Bethany's last report to the committee. This is Bethany's last report to the board. She discussed the status of our research portfolio and discussed something the board should hear about changes that are being contemplated by this administration in standards that govern the award of grants and contracts. So, Bethany, could you provide us just a brief overview of that?
I can. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, great. So very, very briefly, I'll give you the cliff notes, but this is really important to be aware of, and it's something that Mark opened the meeting with in his part of his address. On May 29th, the White House Office of Management and Budget published a proposal that has far-reaching implications for how federal agencies administer grants and how institutions like the University of Rhode Island conduct federally funded research. It's a 412-page proposal that contains more than 120 revisions to the current guidance governing federal financial assistance. This is commonly referred to as uniform guidance, so all agencies follow it. It's sweeping in scope. It changes guidance from guidance into regulatory policy, which is a national concern. It expands the Office of Management and Budget's authority in policymaking for federal agencies, and in some instances allows OMB to circumvent congressional authority. So there's a number of things that the university is concerned with, and I've been talking to national leaders at other universities, and there's going to be an overwhelming response to these rule changes. And so my office has been leading and will be collaborating with other university leaders on URI's institutional response. But the things that we're objecting to in terms of the rule changes are political pre-issuance of grants. So essentially a political review of grants before they're awarded. Termination for convenience. This empowers agencies to suspend or terminate funded grants at any time if the research no longer aligns with the administration or agency's priorities. This has actually been restrained by the courts in a number of actions against individual agencies. Policy provisions that disallows the use of federal grant funds to promote diversity, equity, inclusion, and mandates with no definition that projects commit to gold standard science. It impairs our ability and places broad restrictions on foreign collaborations. This includes even publishing with foreign co-authors, and it restricts grant funds to be used for publications or the cost of attending conferences. These rules are open for public comment, so you are all welcome to go in and comment. And certainly if you're the industry leaders on this board, I really encourage you to think about the role universities writ large in our research portfolio play in economic development. And if there's sections that you think you're comfortable commenting on, the academic community would really welcome any partners to comment. The comment period is open until July 13th, and as I mentioned, that we're coordinating comments on behalf of URI. So I'll end there, but happy to share
Bethany?
materials and take questions.
Can somebody make it easy for the board? Because I would definitely participate in that. I'm sure others would too.
Yes.
How do somebody like translate that for us and make it easy for us to figure out how to submit our viewpoints? And secondly, is there through your university like industry groups,
Yeah.
is there a really good protracted fight against this? Because this is
Yeah.
this is unbelievable.
Yeah, the universities have been trying, and it's been a bit of radio silence. I'll share that. I'm hearing. I was just. The reason I'm remote today is I just ended a meeting of APLU research leaders, so American Public Land Grant University leaders, and we've been workshopping this topic and sharing both kind of, some we're even thinking about how to do a risk assessments around this, and I think that's for us a little downstream of just really getting these comments in, but that's being echoed over and over is how we get our industry partners to engage. There were industry agencies there, but I think particularly I've talked to Lauren Burgess to how we approach our largest, particularly in the defense industry that benefit hugely from our federal awards and workforce and sort of teeing up comments for them. And so we're working on that as well. But we can certainly get you the cliff notes of the 412 pages of regulations and highlight the ones that we're most concerned with. We can share our response with the board, and we can also share with you how to go in as individuals and comment.
I think your point about the government hearing, for example, not to say that this is an example, but like an Anduril or, companies where they have relationships with, that's going to be, there's like various ways to impact, but I think that's a big one.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions for Bethany or Barb? If not, the committee members also voted to recommend that the board approve items 9H through 9L as listed under the omnibus vote. Does anybody have any questions about these, or does anybody wish the item to be removed from the omnibus agenda? Okay, hearing none, that's the close of my report.
Terrific. Thank you, Neil. And thanks for the work on the NETCHI review. Okay, so the last item is the omnibus vote. So before proceeding with an omnibus vote to accept the delegation of authority report and approve the past meetings minutes and committee recommended action items, are there any action items listed under the omnibus vote for which any member has any questions or would like to discuss, oppose, or remove from the omnibus vote to be voted on individually? Okay, hearing none, may I have an omnibus motion to approve agenda action items 9A through 9M as recommended and presented?
So moved.
Second, Jay Placencia.
Any discussion? Okay, there being no discussion, as for a voice vote, all in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Item 9, adjourn. May I have a motion to adjourn? Second. Any discussion? I'd ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Next meeting is September 25th, 2026. Have a great summer.
Great meeting.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everybody.